to the Sleepy Club. This is the place where we learn while we drift off to sleep. Calm, thoughtful stories that share knowledge and gently guide you into rest. Tonight's story takes us into the mysterious world of chaos theory and the butterfly effect. A story about how the smallest things can ripple through time and change everything. As you listen, allow your body to loosen. Let your thoughts wander softly like the wind through unseen patterns, and let sleep come naturally. If you enjoy learning while you drift to sleep, don't forget to subscribe so you can catch more of our gentle bedtime stories. And if you'd like, share your thoughts in the comments. Now, settle comfortably into your bed. Take a slow, deep breath in and gently let it go. Feel your body begin to soften. Your mind begin to quiet. Let go of the noise of the day and drift into a calm and curious night. Now, we begin our journey into the beautiful, unpredictable dance of chaos and the delicate wings of the butterfly effect. In the still of a quiet evening, I sit by my window with a cup of warm coffee cradled in my hands. Through the glass, I watch a lone autumn leaf dancing capriciously in the breeze. It twists and turns in midair, tracing an erratic path that no one could predict. A gentle gust sends it swirling upward. Then suddenly the air stills and the leaf drifts lazily downward, only to be caught by another playful eddy of wind. In that simple, everyday scene, a leaf floating in the wind, there is a subtle hint of mystery. The smallest breath of air alters the leaf's journey entirely, setting it on a new course. The scene is tranquil and ordinary, yet within it hides a profound truth. Small changes can lead to vastly different outcomes. This truth, enchanting and unsettling all at once, is at the heart of chaos theory and the legendary butterfly effect. It is said in myth that a butterfly flapping its delicate wings in a Brazilian forest might, weeks later, stir up a tornado in Texas. This poetic image captures the imagination. How could something so fragile unleash a mighty storm? Of course, a single butterfly does not literally cause a tornado, but the symbolism resonates. Tiny unseen influences can snowball over time into dramatic events. The world is an intricate tapestry of interconnections, where cause and effect entwine in surprising ways. As I gaze at the leaf outside, now settled on the ground among others in a gentle heap, I ponder how many invisible butterflies are flapping their wings around us every moment. But each subtle nudge, each small choice or chance occurrence may ripple outward through the fabric of reality. In this meditative journey, I invite you to wander with me through the realms of chaos and order, science and philosophy, reality and imagination. We will drift like that autumn leaf through the history of chaos theory, meeting the dreamers and thinkers who first glimpsed the hidden patterns in apparent disorder. We will explore nonlinear dynamics and fractals, those mesmerizing infinite patterns that repeat within themselves. We will listen to the echoes of chaos in everyday life, in the fickle swirl of cream in a coffee cup, the unpredictable patter of raindrops sliding down a window pane on a rainy night, or the distant sound of a midnight train whose path winds through countless unforeseeable switches and turns. We'll contemplate what this all means for our understanding of the universe and ourselves, touching on questions of free will, fate, and the search for meaning in an unpredictable world. Throughout this narrative, voices from different ages will guide us. Ancient wisdom and modern science will whisper together, from the Stoic Emperor Marcus Aurelius, meditating on chaos and providence, to the meteorologist Edward Lorenz marveling at the consequences of a rounding error on his computer, we'll hear the poet-philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche suggest that within us, you must have chaos within you to give birth to a dancing star. And the Stoic sage Aurelius remind us that the universe is either chaos and randomness, or it is unity, order, and providence. We'll reflect on Fyodor Dostoevsky's insight that if everything on earth were rational, nothing would happen. A playful nod to the idea that unpredictability is woven into the very fabric of life. The mystic Rumi will enchant us with the thought that you are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drop, evoking a sense of deep interconnectedness, much like the butterfly effect itself. And even Albert Einstein, a champion of cosmic order, will have his say with his famous assertion that God does not play dice with the universe, a quote that gains new layers of meaning in light of chaos theory. So let us begin, gently and curiously. Imagine this journey as a kind of fairy tale, albeit one grounded in truth. A story of how scientists discovered wonder in chaos, and how philosophers and poets found meaning in the dance of uncertainty. There is no need to rush. Like a slow train humming through a midnight landscape, we will move at an unhurried pace. Perhaps you can hear that distant train now, the sound of its wheels clacking softly in the night as it winds its way along unseen tracks. Maybe it will lull you into a state of calm reflection. After all, the story of chaos theory is not one of fear and frenzy, but of beauty and awe, an unfolding tale that reminds us that within the apparent disorder of the world, there can be hidden harmony, like a secret melody beneath the noise. In the chapters that follow, we'll uncover how that melody was found, and what it whispers about life, the universe, and our place within it. The first glimpses of chaos. Poincaré discovery. Our journey into chaos begins over a century ago, with a mathematician who unwittingly stumbled upon the butterfly effect long before it had a name. Imagine a scene in the late 1800s. A study lined with books, an oil lamp casting flickering light on handwritten calculations, and Henri Poincaré, one of the greatest mathematicians of his era. Hunched over his desk, Poincaré was wrestling with a fiendishly difficult problem, the three-body problem. This was a challenge set forth by the King of Sweden, given three celestial bodies, say, the sun, earth, and moon, all exerting gravity on each other. Can one write down a formula to predict their motions exactly and forever? The problem sounds simple after all. Newton's laws of motion and gravity were well known. Yet, as Poincaré delved deeper, he encountered something astonishing. Poincaré discovered that even this simple system of three bodies is unpredictably complicated. The interactions of their mutual gravity produced motions that were highly sensitive to the starting conditions. He realized that the tiniest difference in how you set up the system, perhaps one planet starting just a hair's breadth to the left or moving a tiny bit faster, could lead to dramatically different orbits in the long run. In 1890, after feverish work, Poincaré won King Oscar's prize by offering an analysis of the three-body problem. But soon after, he caught a mistake in his own solution. As he scrambled to fix it, he stumbled upon a startling insight. The phenomenon we now call sensitive dependence on initial conditions. In Poincaré's own words, a very small cause that escapes our notice determines a considerable effect that we cannot fail to see. It may happen that small differences in the initial conditions produce very great ones in the final phenomena. A small error in the former will produce an enormous error in the latter. Prediction becomes impossible, and we have the fortuitous phenomenon. These words, penned in 1903, echo the essence of the butterfly effect. Poincaré had realized that in certain systems governed by deterministic laws, tiny uncertainties or errors blow up exponentially, so that long-term prediction breaks down. In more poetic terms, he recognized that chance events, as they appear to us, often arise from this amplification of small causes we fail to track. It must have felt almost mystical, even a bit frightening, for a 19th century scientist rooted in the clockwork worldview of Newton. Here was a crack in the facade of determinism, a hint that the universe's clockwork might have hidden gears capable of wild gyrations. Poincaré admitted that the motion of three gravitating bodies was so complicated that we may never be able to predict it. It seemed to contain chaos within it. Indeed, as he corrected his flawed manuscript, just in time to avert an embarrassment with the prize committee, Poincaré realized that the three-body problem suffers from what is now called the butterfly effect, where the smallest variation in initial values can build up over time into huge discrepancies. He even speculated that such unpredictability might be common in nature, perhaps even in the weather. This was a prophetic guess. Long before modern meteorology, Poincaré intuited that the atmosphere might behave like those three celestial bodies, inherently unstable to the smallest disturbances. If only he knew how right he would be. Decades later, unknowingly, Poincaré had laid the foundations of chaos theory. It was as if he glimpsed in a feverish haze of calculation the outline of a great continent of knowledge that others would explore much later. We can pause here for a moment and appreciate the humility and wonder in Poincaré's discovery. He was a supremely rational man, yet he confronted something that felt like randomness emerging out of determinism. In a way, it harkened back to ancient ideas. The Greeks distinguished chaos, the void, the unpredictable, from cosmos, order and harmony. Poincaré's work suggested that chaos lurked within cosmos itself, that even a system governed by Newton's harmonious laws could behave erratically. Perhaps he would have agreed with the later words of psychologist Carl Jung, who wrote, "In all chaos, there is a cosmos. In all disorder, a secret order. In all caprice, a fixed law." The secret order Poincaré glimpsed was not a simple, predictable one, but a subtle, hidden structure in chaos. To visualize what Poincaré found, picture yourself under a starlit sky, watching three fireflies, representing the three celestial bodies, dance around each other in the dark. At first, their motion might seem patterned, but soon it becomes bewilderingly complex. One firefly's slight veer to the left causes unpredictable changes in the other's paths. There is a strange beauty in this unpredictability. The dance never repeats the same way. This is chaos in action, unveiled for the first time in Poincaré's study. And yet, behind that complexity, the fireflies still obey their simple attraction rules. There is an orderly law beneath the disorder, just as Jung suggested. It's only that the outcome of those laws defies our prediction unless we know the starting conditions with impossible precision. Henri Poincaré's early insight was largely forgotten for many years outside of mathematics. The world was not quite ready to abandon the comfortable idea that with enough data and calculation, we could predict anything. The Laplacian dream of a perfectly predictable universe, where a sufficiently intelligent demon, knowing all the initial positions and velocities, could foresee the infinite future, still held sway. But seeds of doubt had been planted by Poincaré. Those seeds lay dormant, waiting for the right moment to sprout. That moment would come mid-20th century, in the form of whirring computers and an unsuspecting meteorologist who, like Poincaré, noticed something odd in his calculations. Before we leave Poincaré's study, however, imagine a small anecdote. It's said that when Poincaré realized the implications of his work, he felt a mix of embarrassment and amazement. He had newly published a flawed proof. Correcting it led him down a rabbit hole into chaos. In my mind's eye, I see him stepping away from his desk, perhaps rubbing his eyes and opening a window. Outside, the Paris evening is calm. Maybe a breeze stirs a paper on his desk. One could imagine him observing that fluttering paper and thinking how even that slight breeze, immeasurable as it is, might alter the course of some dust motes in the air, which in turn, and so on. The web of causation suddenly seemed far more entangled than anyone had known. A very small cause that escapes our notice, he had written, determines a considerable effect that we cannot fail to see. With that understanding, Poincaré had opened a door. Through it lay the wonderland of chaos, awaiting its Alice, or perhaps its Lorenz. To explore further, the butterfly takes flight. Lorenz and the weather. Fast forward to the early 1960s, to a chilly New England winter. In a cramped office at MIT, Edward Norton Lawrence, a mild-mannered meteorologist and mathematician, is running a primitive computer model of the weather. The computer, a clanking Royal McBee LGP30, fills the room with a low hum. Lawrence, seeking to understand long-term weather patterns, has encoded a set of equations that represent a simplified atmosphere. The machine churns out long printouts of numbers, temperature, pressure, and wind velocity, variables iterating over time. One day, Lawrence decides to take a shortcut. He wants to examine one particular sequence in finer detail. So he restarts the simulation in the middle, inputting numbers from a previous run. To save time, he rounds the initial number slightly, perhaps thinking the difference is trivial, like 0.506 instead of 0.506 and 2/7. Then Lawrence steps out for a cup of coffee. I picture him walking down the hall, perhaps hearing the distant patter of raindrops on a window as he passes by. A real weather detail juxtaposed against his simulated one. He returns an hour later, coffee in hand, and looks at the new printouts. What he sees leaves him astonished. The new run's output deviates wildly from the original. At first, it matches for a short while. No surprise, the numbers only slightly differed. But then the two sets of results diverge more and more, until they bear no resemblance. Lawrence initially suspects a malfunction, maybe a vacuum tube in the computer going bad. But there is no glitch. The culprit, he realizes, is the tiny rounding difference he had introduced. That minuscule change, 1 part in 1,000, had mushroomed into completely different weather after some simulated weeks. Lawrence later wrote about this eureka moment with characteristically clear prose. He found that the new values at first repeated the old ones, but soon afterward differed. The differences steadily doubled in size every 4 days or so, until all resemblance with the original output disappeared. The initial round-off errors were the culprits. They were steadily amplifying until they dominated the solution. This was essentially the same insight Poincaré had articulated, now rediscovered in the context of weather forecasting. In that moment, the butterfly effect found its wings. Lorentz had discovered that the weather is a chaotic system, one with deterministic equations but unpredictable behavior due to extreme sensitivity to initial conditions. Consider the drama and wonder of this realization. For generations, people had dreamed of perfect weather forecasts. It seemed just a matter of gathering more data, using bigger computers, applying Newton's laws more precisely. But Lorentz's discovery implied a fundamental limit on predictability. No matter how refined the model or how much data we collect, we can never know the initial state of the atmosphere with infinite precision. And those microscopic unknowns will explode into macroscopic differences not far down the road. In practical terms, forecast beyond a certain horizon. A couple of weeks, say, might be impossible. Not just difficult, but impossible. This was a profound shift in understanding. Nature's determinism did not guarantee predictability. As one poet phrased it, only uncertainty is certain. Lorentz sought a vivid way to explain this phenomenon to others. In talks and papers, he used analogies. He initially joked that perhaps a seagull flapping its wings could change the weather forever. Later, colleagues urged a more poetic metaphor, and the seagull became a butterfly. In 1972, he presented a talk famously titled, "Does the Flap of a Butterfly's Wings in Brazil Set Off a Tornado in Texas?" The title was tongue-in-cheek, but the message was serious. He noted that a minor perturbation, like a distant butterfly flapping its wings, could influence the formation and path of a tornado weeks later. Not cause it in a direct sense, but tip the delicate balance of atmospheric forces one way or another. His point was that small causes can have large effects in a deterministic nonlinear system, exactly as chaos theory predicts. What does it really mean, though, for a butterfly to cause a tornado? It means that if that butterfly had not flapped at that moment, the atmospheric state would have evolved differently. Perhaps no tornado might have formed in Texas at that exact time and place. However, chaos theory also tells us that such cause-effect relationships are incredibly complex. It's not that the butterfly aims the tornado. Rather, the butterfly's wing flap is one of countless tiny influences that together nudge the weather along one path or another. The system of the atmosphere is like an intricate web, where each strand's tiny vibration can shake the whole web in time. Lorentz's work put the concept of instability on a quantitative foundation, a system of just three nonlinear equations that nonetheless exhibited this sensitive dependence. The long-term behavior of his model was neither periodic, like clockwork, nor completely random. It was something in between, later termed deterministic chaos. He even found that when plotted in an abstract space, the solutions traced a peculiar shape that looked like a pair of butterfly wings, the Lorentz attractor, now iconic, a strange looping pattern that never exactly repeats, yet stays bounded in a certain region of space. This shape was a kind of fingerprint of chaos, revealing order hidden within disorder. Allow me to paint a mental picture. Imagine two nearly identical clouds of butterflies taking off from a quiet meadow. They start almost side by side, fluttering in similar ways. At first, their motions seem in sync, but as they wander with the breeze, the tiny differences in each butterfly's flight, a flip of a wing here, a subtle air current there, accumulate. Soon the two clouds of butterflies are dancing entirely different dances. One swirls eastward, the other westward, yet each individual butterfly in either cloud traces a path that, while unpredictable, has a strange consistency to it. Like they all tend to remain in a certain region and circle back on themselves in loops. That imagined scenario is akin to what Lorentz saw in the phase space of his equations. Individual trajectories were unpredictable, but they all clung to the beautiful butterfly-shaped attractor. It's as if chaos has its own kind of order. You cannot predict the exact path, but you can describe the space of possibilities, the shape of the chaotic attractor that all possible futures lie upon. This discovery rocked the scientific world. In 1963, Lorentz published his findings in a paper titled Deterministic Non-Periodic Flow, a humble title for a revolutionary idea. Over the following decades, chaos theory grew from an obscure curiosity into a full-fledged scientific revolution, influencing mathematics, physics, biology, economics, and more. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. While Lorentz's butterfly took flight in scientific circles, it also fluttered into the broader imagination. People began to invoke the butterfly effect to illustrate how our actions, even small ones, can have far-reaching consequences. A notion both empowering and humbling. It resonates with our lived experiences, a chance meeting that alters the course of a life, a delay that leads to a new opportunity, or on a global scale, how a single technological or political spark can shift the currents of history. There is also a gentle philosophical comfort in Laurent's discovery. Teorum anuotum atalcordastae edaton retail chakar. It suggests a world that is not rigidly preordained, not a machine rolling inexorably along a fixed track. Instead, the world is somewhat open-ended and creative. There is room for novelty, for surprises. To the question of whether the universe is ruled by strict determinism or by chance, chaos theory answers in a nuanced voice. The rules are fixed, but their outcomes are endlessly divergent and ever unfolding. As the author James Gleick put it, chaos gives us a universe that is lawful but not predictable, orderly in its disorder. One can imagine Lorenz on a later night at home, perhaps hearing the soft ticking of a clock and the patter of rain against the roof, contemplating what his discovery meant. He might recall Marcus Aurelius and the Stoics who faced a chaotic world by focusing on inner virtue. The Stoics believed either logos, divine reason, governed all or everything, was atoms and void, chaos. Either way, they sought equanimity. Marcus Aurelius mused, "The universe is either chaos and randomness, or it is unity, order, and providence. If it's chaos," he argued, "we shouldn't fear it. If it's order, we should trust it." Lawrence, with his newfound perspective, might smile at how the universe can be both at once, unified by underlying laws, yet chaotic in its outcomes, providential perhaps in giving us freedom from absolute determinism, yet random in humbling our predictions. Thus, with Lorentz, the butterfly effect entered both science and folklore. We sometimes oversimplify it in popular culture. No, a single butterfly flap won't guarantee a tornado, just as missing a train won't guarantee a completely different life, but it might lead to one. However, the core message endures. Small things matter. In the web of life, everything is connected in delicate, non-linear ways. There's a certain poetic justice to this. After centuries of focusing on grand causes for grand effects, we have to acknowledge the power of the tiny and the subtle. A butterfly's wings, a rounding error, a leaf in the wind. Each can be a trigger in the great dynamical system we call reality. Let's take a gentle breath here. Step outside under the sky for a moment in our imagination. Feel the slight breeze on your face. Perhaps in that breeze, somewhere far away, a million butterfly wings and countless other infinitesimal motions contributed to its touch. It's a calming thought in a way. We are immersed in a world where even the air that surrounds us carries a memory of countless small dances. The complexity of it is awe-inspiring, but it need not be frightening. It can also be beautiful, like an elaborate piece of music, improvised anew each day. As we continue our journey, we will see that chaos theory doesn't only reveal unpredictability, it also reveals unexpected patterns of beauty, like the glimmering of fractals and the possibility of finding order within chaos. Fractals and strange attractors. The geometry of chaos. As scientists like Lorentz explored the dynamics of chaos in time, how systems evolve unpredictably, others began to explore the shapes of chaos in space. Enter the world of fractals and strange attractors, geometric forms as enchanting as a fairy tale forest, and just as full of surprises. In the 1970s and 80s, a maverick mathematician named Benoit Mandelbrot championed a new way of seeing the natural world. Mandelbrot asked unconventional questions like, how long is the coastline of Britain? At first glance, a coastline's length seems a simple matter of measuring on a map. But Mandelbrot showed that the answer changes depending on the scale of measurement. The smaller the ruler you use, capturing every bay and craggy inlet, the longer the coastline appears. In theory, taken to infinitesimal scales, the length could be infinite. This paradox was a clue that many natural forms are infinitely complex and self-similar, meaning smaller parts resemble the whole. He coined the term fractal for such shapes, from the Latin fractus meaning broken or irregular. Mandelbrot gave us the Mandelbrot set, an astonishing fractal pattern generated by a simple formula iterated over complex numbers. When visualized, it looks like a psychedelic snowflake or a cosmic paisley, an intricate boundary that reveals endless detail upon zooming in, patterns within patterns ad infinitum. But Mandelbrot's insight was not just about pretty images, it was about how nature itself is structured. As he famously put it, clouds are not spheres, mountains are not cones, coastlines are not circles, and bark is not smooth, nor does lightning travel in a straight line. In other words, the simple geometric shapes of Euclid rarely describe the rough and wild shapes of nature. Instead, nature's shapes are fractal. The cauliflower's florets echo the form of the whole vegetable. A fern's fronds contain smaller copies of the fern shape. Branching trees, blood vessels, and river deltas all exhibit self-similarity. Mandelbrot's fractal geometry gave us a language to describe the beautiful complexity of the world's form. What do fractals have to do with chaos theory? Quite a lot. As it turns out, the connection lies in those strange attractors, like the Lorentz attractor. When researchers examined chaotic systems, they found that the long-term attractor shape of these systems, the set of states toward which the system tends to evolve, often has a fractal structure. The Lorentz attractor itself is a kind of 3D fractal. It has detail at arbitrarily small scales if one could zoom in. This fractal attractor is the hidden order within the chaotic system. The system's trajectory wanders unpredictably, but never leaves the attractor's shape. It's as if chaos paints within the lines of a delicate, infinite filigree. During the 1970s, mathematicians David Ruel and Flores Takens introduced the term strange attractor to describe these fractal structures in the phase space of chaotic systems. Each strange attractor was like a signature of a particular chaotic system. For example, the dripping of a leaky faucet can be chaotic. If you plot the intervals between drips, you get a strange attractor characteristic of that faucet. The human heartbeat can show chaos. Its attractor holds clues to the heart's health. Planetary orbits, electrical circuits, ecosystems. When chaotic, each has an attractor that acts like a ghostly scaffold organizing the motion. One cannot help but find something poetic in this. Even when events seem random and wild, they may still be following a kind of higher level pattern or occupying a particular space of possibilities. Chaos is not pure anarchy. It dances to the tune of strange attractors. This is reminiscent of old philosophical ideas that order and chaos are intertwined. Recall Jung's line, "In all chaos, there is a cosmos." The strange attractor is a cosmos of sorts inside the chaos, a hidden pattern that gives shape to randomness. Or think of the concept of fate, not a single preordained path, but perhaps a bounded domain of possibilities within which our lives wander. It's as if life's events, for all their surprise, still trace out some personal attractor shaped by our character and choices, a fanciful but comforting metaphor. Let's take a concrete example of fractals arising from chaos. The logistic map, a simple equation, x each at RGG x abor. X, originally studied as a model of animal population dynamics by biologist Robert May, as the parameter R is varied. This system goes from stable to periodic to chaotic. Just before chaos sets in, the population oscillation goes through a period doubling cascade. 2 cycles, 4 cycles, 8 cycles, and so on. A route to chaos discovered by Mitchell Feigenbaum, who found that the ratio at which these doublings occur is a universal constant, now called the Feigenbaum number. When fully chaotic, the logistic map's outcomes, if plotted, form a fractal dust of points, and embedded in that chaos are windows of order, ranges of R, where stable cycles return, a phenomenon called periodicity amid chaos. It's like seeing glimpses of familiar patterns in the midst of noise, a metaphor for life, if ever there was one. Fractals also made chaos theory visible. While equations and numbers can describe chaos abstractly, fractal images allowed people to see the complexity. The Mandelbrot set, often dubbed the thumbprint of God by admirers, became an icon of the complexity sciences. Zooming into a Mandelbrot set is like an endless dream. Patterns repeat with variation. New motifs emerge spontaneously, and the complexity never diminishes. It's a visual testament to how simple rules can generate infinite complexity. The equation z, divided by 2, iterated, creates that magical set, a fitting parallel to how simple deterministic laws, like Newton's or Lorentz equations, can create unpredictable, chaotic outcomes. In those years, an excitement buzzed through the scientific community. A new, interdisciplinary field blossomed, often called chaos and complexity science. Physicists, biologists, ecologists, economists all started finding chaotic behavior in their systems of interest. Weather, climate, the beating of a heart, population booms and crashes in ecology, economic markets, all showed signs of chaotic dynamics. Benoit Mandelbrot even turned his fractal eye to finance. He observed that stock price fluctuations have a wild, fat-tail distribution. Large changes are more common than a bell curve would predict, and that price charts show fractal self-similarity across timescales. The very heart of finance is fractal, he asserted, challenging the notion that markets obey neat Gaussian statistics. In a book cheekily titled The Misbehavior of Markets, he argued that markets are far more volatile and chaotic than standard economics assumed. We will return to the implications of chaos in economics later, but the key point is that fractals provided a framework to quantify and understand these irregularities. Another pioneer, Ilya Prigogine, worked on systems that are far from equilibrium, like chemical reactions that spontaneously form patterns. Imagine swirling chemical colors that oscillate and form spots or stripes. He studied how order can arise out of chaos in such systems, calling them dissipative structures. For this, he earned a Nobel Prize in 1977. Prigogina's work showed that chaos can be a creative force, leading to self-organization. A famous example is the Belousov-Zhabotinsky reaction, a chemical solution that, when left alone, develops rotating spiral wave patterns, a chemical clock emerging spontaneously from what would otherwise be a well-mixed soup. Prigogine's outlook was very philosophical. He challenged the classical view of time and determinism, proposing that at the edge of chaos, new structures and orders can emerge, giving time a kind of irreversibility and directionality, the arrow of time. In his view, chance and necessity entwine to drive evolution and creativity in nature. If all this sounds rather heady, let's ground it in a serene, everyday image. Consider the pattern of veins in a leaf, or the branching of a tree's limb silhouetted against the twilight sky. Those are natural fractals. They are products of iterative growth rules influenced by environmental randomness. In a sense, chaotic processes that nonetheless create an ordered shape. The leaf's vein pattern ensures nutrients reach every part. It's efficient, yet no two leaves have the exact same pattern. The overall form is orderly. We know a maple leaf when we see one. But the finer details carry the signature of chaotic variation. Each maple leaf is unique. This mirrors what chaos theory and fractals have revealed. Order and randomness weave together to form the tapestry of nature. We see repeating motifs with endless variation. Nature arises patterns across scales, producing fractal beauty that is at once unified and diverse. Mandelbrot once remarked that fractal geometry helps every man to see the same world differently. Indeed, once you are aware of fractals, a walk in the woods or along the seashore is never the same. You notice the self-similarity in fern leaves, the way a rocky coastline from an airplane window looks like the satellite image of an entire continent's edge. You might notice how the outline of a cloud has the same kind of raggedness. Whether you zoom into a small puff or out to the whole formation, it's a deeply meditative experience, recognizing these patterns. One feels more connected to the world, as if privy to one of nature's secret algorithms. By the mid-1980s, chaos theory and fractals became almost a cultural craze. Books like James Gleick's Chaos, Making a New Science, 1987, captured the public's imagination, recounting the stories of Lorenz, Mandelbrot, Feigenbaum, and others in almost mythic terms. The Santa Fe Institute was founded in 1984 in New Mexico as a hub for complex systems research, bringing together physicists, economists, biologists, computer scientists to study emergence, adaptation, and chaos in a formal way. Researchers like Chris Langton and Stuart Kaufman at Santa Fe pondered the edge of chaos, a tantalizing idea that the most interesting systems, like life itself, operate in a regime balanced between too much order and too much randomness. Langton studied artificial life and how simple rules could produce lifelike behavior, finding that maximum complexity emerged at this boundary between chaos and order, the edge of chaos, ADAT, or the edge of chaos. Kaufman investigated how networks of genes or species might self-organize, coining the phrase order for free to describe spontaneous emergence of organization. The science was exciting, but let's not forget our narrative's mood. Soothing, fairy tale-like, philosophical. How can fractals and chaos be soothing? Perhaps in the reassurance they offer that beneath complexity, there is simplicity, and vice versa. And it tells us that we don't need to control every detail to have harmony. Harmony can emerge spontaneously. Think of music. A jazz improvisation is unpredictable, chaotic in a sense, yet follows a theme, an underlying attractor, one might say. The fractal patterns of nature are like the universe's improvisations on a few basic themes. There is a wonderful metaphor often used, that chaos theory allows us to see the universe in a grain of sand, as William Blake's poem goes, because in the tiniest perturbation, like the butterfly's wing or a grain of sand's position, one can find the reflection of the whole system's fate, and likewise, in the whole, like the structure of a coastline or a galaxy, one finds echoes of the tiny processes that shape it. Waves and wind for the coastline, gravitational clumping for the galaxy. This holistic view is deeply calming in an existential sense. It hints at a connectedness and continuity in nature. Rumi, the Sufi poet, captured a related sentiment. Do not feel lonely. The entire universe is inside you. Stop acting so small. You are the universe in ecstatic motion. His words, while mystical, resonate uncannily with the fractal idea that each part contains, in some way, the imprint of the whole. Let's pause and imagine a dreamlike scene to encapsulate fractals and attractors. You find yourself in a vast hall of mirrors, but these mirrors are special. They reflect scenes of nature, each mirror showing a landscape at a different scale. One mirror shows a satellite view of a rugged coastline with fjords and peninsulas. The next shows a small rock with lichen, its edges craggy under a magnifying glass. Another mirror shows a branching river delta from above. Another shows the veins in a single leaf. As you walk by each mirror, you notice a striking resemblance in patterns. The coastline edge looks like the lichen's edge, the river delta like the leaf veins. It's as if the mirrors are playing a cosmic joke. Scale has vanished. You could be gazing at the minuscule or the immense, and you see the same kind of forms. It's dizzy but also delightful. Well, in one corner, a mirror shows a simple mathematical spiral. Next to it, a fern. Next to it, a spiral galaxy, all spirals echoing each other. In another, a strange double loop shape repeats in different variations. That must be the Lorentz attractor, mirrored through different systems. The Hall of Mirrors reminds you of how deeply interconnected patterns are. This imaginary hall is like the mind of Mandelbrot exploring fractals, or the mind of a chaos theorist recognizing attractors in disparate systems. The experience can be calming because it reminds us of unity amid diversity. It suggests that even in chaos, there is a unifying thread, the fractal order that underlies the disorder. As we emerge from the Hall of Mirrors back into our narrative, we carry with us a key takeaway. Chaos theory not only explained why a prediction fails, it also revealed new kinds of order, fractal order, that pervade natural phenomena. This dual nature is important. Some people misconstrue chaos theory as everything is random, nothing makes sense. On the contrary, chaos theory shows that very simple systems can behave in complex ways, but with structure when viewed properly. It doesn't demolish the idea of laws of nature. It enriches it, telling us that the laws can yield rich, surprising outcomes. We've now seen how chaos theory unfolded historically, from Poincaré's glimpse to Lorentz butterfly to Mandelbrot's fractals and the wider complexity revolution. Let's bring these insights down to earth and see how they manifest in the world around us and within us, in weather, in ecosystems, in economies, and in the rhythms of daily life. Chaotic whispers in nature and society. On a windswept night, have you ever listened to the howling of the wind during a storm? There's an eerie unpredictability to it. Sudden gusts rattling windows, then lulls, then swirling eddies that send leaves skittering down the street. Weather is the classic example of a chaotic system in nature. Lorentz's discovery ensured we understood why forecasts beyond a week or two become dubious. But chaos in nature isn't limited to the weather. Ecosystems, planetary motions, geological processes, even our heartbeat and brainwaves can exhibit chaotic behavior. Let's explore a few of these, guided by the gentle idea that understanding the chaotic nature of these systems can instill both respect and serenity in us as observers of the natural world. We've talked about Lorentz and weather, but consider the practical human experience. We've all seen how a slight change, say the shifting of a high-pressure zone, can mean the difference between a sunny picnic and a drenching rain. Weather teaches us humility. But, as the saying goes, climate is what you expect, weather is what you get. We can predict climate trends, overall patterns, more reliably than specific weather on a given day, months from now, precisely because chaotic fluctuations average out in the long run. When you watch a weather forecast, in a sense you are seeing chaos theory in action. Meteorologists run ensemble models, starting with slightly varied initial conditions to see a spread of possible outcome. If the outcomes diverge widely, they know the forecast is uncertain. This is basically a controlled test of the butterfly effect. On screen, they might even show those cones of uncertainty for a hurricane path, wider as time goes on, a direct acknowledgement of chaotic divergence. Does this unpredictability make weather anxiety-inducing? Perhaps, if we insist on certainty. But there's another perspective, embracing the unpredictability as part of nature's charm. The novelist Dostoevsky, whom we quoted earlier, had his character in Notes from Underground suggest that if everything were rational and expected, life would be dreadfully boring. The little unplanned shower on an afternoon walk, the ray of sun breaking unpredictably through clouds. These surprises often become the moments we remember. In a sense, chaos spices the natural world, giving it creativity. In the grand scheme, understanding chaotic weather also points us toward caring for our planet. While day-to-day weather is chaotic, the broader climate can be nudged by persistent factors. There's chaos in the details, but not in the fact that adding greenhouse gases will, on average, warm things up, even if which day a heat wave strikes is chaotic. One could say the butterfly effect goes hand in hand with the elephant effect. Small things matter, but big influences, like human emissions, matter too. They shift the whole envelope of what weather chaos can do. Recognizing this interplay is part of a wise relationship with nature, acting gently because every action, however small, has ripples, yet also taking responsibility for the big footprints we leave. In the 1970s, as mentioned, ecologist Robert May and others discovered that simple models of animal populations can produce chaos. For instance, the population of rabbits in a meadow might boom when food is plenty, then crash when they overgraze, then boom again, a cycle. But if the growth rate is high and food regrows fast, these cycles can become irregular and chaotic. Real-world ecosystems do show such variability. Predator-prey relationships, say lynxes and hares in the Canadian tundra, can yield multi-year oscillations. Some years the lynx are abundant, other years the hares, and occasionally these cycles misalign due to weather or disease, creating irregularities. A slight change in conditions, perhaps an unusually mild winter, can reverberate through the food web and change the cycle for years. This chaotic nature of ecosystems has a philosophical upshot. Ecosystems are resilient in some ways and fragile in others. They are resilient in that they don't sit at a delicate, exact balance. They can fluctuate and still persist, but they're fragile if pushed beyond certain bounds. A concept in complexity theory called tipping points. Imagine a serene pond ecosystem. It might handle yearly fluctuations in temperature or rainfall, chaotic weather, and bounce back. But if a pollutant steadily increases or a new predator is introduced, the system might tip into a new regime. For instance, algal blooms take over, and the pond loses oxygen. Complexity science tries to understand these thresholds. One poetic way to put it, chaos teaches us to respect subtlety. Sometimes a small push does nothing. Other times it triggers a landslide. This is like life. One small stress might be fine, but another small stress at the wrong time might make everything fall apart. When we observe nature, we can appreciate how rich and dynamic it is. The flocking of birds, the schooling of fish, the way a herd of cattle might suddenly stampede unpredictably. These are collective behaviors that often have chaotic elements, and yet they have purpose and pattern too. Birds flocking protectively, fish schooling to confuse predators, It's as if nature balances on that edge of chaos, where there is just enough unpredictability to allow adaptation, and just enough order to sustain coherence. Stuart Kaufman would say, this is where life thrives, in the mix of stability and surprise. Consider the example of a rainforest ecosystem. Bedtime. So many species interacting in complex ways. So many microclimates under the canopy. It is a chaotic system in the sense that removing one species, a key pollinator insect, say, might have cascading effects that are hard to foresee. This unpredictability cautions us in environmental management. Intervening in nature is often like pushing on a web of jello. Effects ripple in unexpected ways. However, rather than despair at not fully predicting outcomes, one can stand in awe of the intricate interdependence. It's like standing in an ancient cathedral of trees, hearing the chorus of life. You feel the reverence that comes with acknowledging we can't control it all, and that's okay. Human systems, too, display chaos. Economies, for example, can behave like weather systems. Think of the stock market's volatility. In fact, Mandelbrot's studies of financial data revealed wild fluctuations that standard economic theories, assuming rational, smooth behavior, failed to account for. Stocks and commodities show sudden crashes and booms that resemble the punctuated behavior of chaotic systems. Some economists and analysts have applied chaos theory and fractals to financial markets, seeking patterns in the seemingly erratic price movements. They speak of the fractal market hypothesis, which suggests that markets operate on many time scales at once and lack a single characteristic scale. Hence, they have fractal behavior. What does this mean for the everyday person or the philosophical observer? On one hand, it can be unnerving. It implies that markets can't be perfectly predicted or controlled, which, as history has shown, they can't. On the other, it encourages a kind of prudent humility and robustness. Investors learn to expect the unexpected, to diversify, which is like hedging against chaos, and to be resilient in the face of sudden changes. On a societal level, it suggests we should build systems that can withstand shocks rather than naively try to engineer out all volatility, which might be impossible. We also see chaos in how ideas and trends spread through society. A small event can trigger a big movement depending on timing. Sociologists sometimes model the spread of information or fads as nonlinear dynamical systems. There's a notion of critical mass, like how a small protest can swell into a revolution if conditions are right, the social equivalent of a spark in a dry forest. This, again, echoes the butterfly effect. One person's act of courage or one innovative idea can cascade and change the world, but only if it taps into a network ready to amplify it. This adds a layer of meaning and responsibility to individual actions. We often cannot see in advance which small act will ripple broadly, but chaos theory tells us that many things have the potential, given the right context. Thus, one could argue ethically that every small good deed or innovation is worth doing. It might be the butterfly wing that tips the balance towards positive change. Our bodies themselves know chaos. The healthy human heartbeat, for instance, is not metronomically regular. It exhibits slight variability in the intervals between beats. This variability is actually a sign of a healthy heart. A completely steady beat can be a warning sign of pathology, like in certain forms of heart failure. The heart is a complex system influenced by the nervous system, hormones, and feedback loops, and its natural chaotic variability helps it adapt to stress and demand. Similarly, brain activity has chaotic patterns. EEG readings are complex, and that complexity often correlates with healthy cognitive function. Too much order in brain waves, like highly synchronized firing, can be pathological, as in an epileptic seizure. where neurons lock into a high amplitude rhythm. It's fascinating that life seems to require a balance of chaos and order. Too much chaos, and you get incoherence. Heart fibrillation, for example, where chaos goes out of bounds. Too much order, and you lose adaptability. A heart that can't vary its rhythm to respond to exercise. It's a dynamic equilibrium, a kind of living edge of chaos where organisms operate. We each literally carry chaotic rhythms in our chest. Perhaps this is a literal basis for the metaphor of having chaos in oneself to give birth to a dancing star. As Nietzsche said, without a bit of chaos in our physiology, we wouldn't be alive and creative. Think, too, of human consciousness, our thoughts, emotions, the firing of billions of neurons. Surely there is chaos there. Yet from that neurochemical chaos arises the sense of self, purpose, and order in our mental narrative. Many have drawn parallels between chaos theory and the unpredictability of human behavior. Free will, some suggest, might inhabit those inherent uncertainties in our brain's dynamics. Even if the brain follows physical laws, if it's chaotic, it might be effectively impossible to predict a person's decisions except in broad strokes. This is speculative, but it's poetic to consider. Perhaps chaos is a doorway to freedom, a buffer against a purely mechanistic universe. The existentialists like Dostoevsky and Nietzsche valued the idea of unpredictability in human nature as a bulwark against what Dostoevsky's underground man feared, being reduced to a piano key, an element of some deterministic ledger. He jubilantly asserted the right to do something contrary, just because to prove we are not predictable machines. Chaos theory scientifically lends some credence to the idea that not everything about us is computable or predetermined. Not because mystical magic overrides physics, but because even physics, in chaotic regimes, doesn't lend itself to tidy prediction of complex systems like the brain. There's a gentle comfort in that thought. We are not trapped by strict fate. We have wiggle room spontaneity. It might be slim, perhaps just the amplification of a random neurons firing tipping a decision, but it's there. Our lives can pivot unexpectedly. There is room for creativity, change, redemption. As the saying goes, not all who wander are lost. In chaos terms, wandering can be a form of exploring the attractor of one's life. You may still end up where you need to be, but via a path uniquely yours. Another everyday life example. The small choices we make can lead to big differences in outcome. The classic butterfly effect metaphor applied to life paths. Deciding to attend a particular school, or striking up a conversation with a stranger who becomes a friend, or taking a different route one day. These can set off chains of events. We often realize in hindsight that a tiny twist of fate changed everything. While we can't know in advance which butterfly choice will matter, it underscores that there are no truly trivial actions. This isn't to induce anxiety. Oh no, every little thing might ruin everything. But rather to inspire mindfulness and an appreciation for the present moment's potential. Any moment could be the pivot of a grand story. That idea is what makes both fairy tales and real life exciting. It's also worth noting that not all systems are chaotic. Some are stable and linear. We are fortunate for that. Imagine if everything were as sensitive as the weather. Engineering, for instance, tries to design machines to be robust, non-chaotic, within operating ranges. We don't want our car's steering to suddenly exhibit chaos. In our personal lives, too, we create routines and structures to foster stability, linear regimes where needed. The interplay of chaotic and non-chaotic elements in our world is what gives it texture. We have the dependable cycles, day and night, seasons, biological rhythms, alongside the unpredictable events. One can find comfort in the former and excitement in the latter. To sum up this section, chaos theory's footprint in nature and society teaches us several gentle lessons. Expect and accept unpredictability. Just as we carry an umbrella if the forecast hints of rain, knowing it might not rain, we can prepare for life's uncertainties without panicking. The unpredictability is a feature, not a bug, of complex systems. Small actions matter. This empowers us to be conscientious. A small act of kindness, a small effort for the environment, a small adjustment in habit, these can cascade beneficially, just as negative small actions can cascade harmfully. As a result, we can live with a sense of purpose in the little things, not just the grand gestures. Resilience over control. Since we cannot predict or control everything, it's wiser to build resilience, like a tree that bends with the wind rather than a rigid structure that might break. In personal terms, this might mean cultivating flexibility, learning to adapt when plans change, since they inevitably will. Unity in diversity. Seeing fractal and chaotic patterns in disparate phenomena gives a sense of unity. The same mathematics describes weather systems, markets, neural networks, and bird flocks. It hints at an underlying connectedness in how the universe organizes complexity. That can be a spiritual notion, that there's a kind of rhythm of chaos that everything dances to, a universal jazz improvisation, humility, and wonder. Ultimately, chaos theory instills humility. We don't have all the answers, and we're not absolute masters of nature or fate, but in that humility lies wonder. The world constantly surprises us, teaching us new things. A life without surprise would be like reading a book when you already know every line. Utterly boring. Chaos guarantees that won't happen. And it sure that won't happen. We have journeyed through science and nature. Now it's time to delve more explicitly into the philosophical reflections that chaos theory invites. How do ideas of determinism versus free will, order versus randomness, and our search for meaning fare in a universe where the butterfly effect holds sway? Let's explore that next, weaving in the voices of poets and philosophers who have long pondered these themes, and see how chaos theory gives those old debates a new, perhaps comforting, twist. Philosophical reflections, order, chaos, and the dance of life. When we contemplate the implications of chaos theory beyond science, we find ourselves revisiting age-old philosophical questions under a new light. Is the universe fundamentally ordered or random? Do we have free will in a deterministic system? How should we live knowing that uncertainty pervades reality? Far from making these questions more daunting, the insights from chaos theory can make our outlook more nuanced, hopeful, and even profoundly serene. Let's navigate these reflections gently, as if walking through a midnight garden where familiar statues of philosophers appear under unfamiliar, moonlit shadows of fractal vines. Chaos and determinism, a paradox resolved. At first glance, chaos theory seems paradoxical. It describes systems that are fully deterministic, governed by cause and effect laws, yet effectively unpredictable. How can that be? Traditionally, determinism was equated with predictability. The clockwork universe of Laplace's demon. If you know the present with infinite precision, you can calculate the future exactly. Chaos theory agrees in principle, but adds a crucial caveat. Infinite precision is impossible. Small uncertainties will always exist, and in chaotic systems, they blow up exponentially. Thus, from the perspective of any real observer with finite precision, the system's behavior is as good as random beyond a certain horizon. This understanding can help reconcile a debate between strict determinists and those who feel there's room for spontaneity or free will in the world. The universe can be deterministic at a fundamental level, yet unknowable enough to leave room for genuine choice and novelty. Einstein, as we know, disliked the indeterminism of quantum mechanics, famously quipping, "God does not play dice with the universe." Ironically, chaos theory, which Einstein did not live to see flourish, shows that even without quantum uncertainty, classical systems can exhibit a dice-like unpredictability. Perhaps one might retort to Einstein that God does play dice, but with loaded dice and hidden throws, lawful dice that still produce surprises for those of us who find the idea of a pre-scripted universe suffocating. Chaos theory is a breath of fresh air. It tells us the script is too complex to be read by any one mind, and in effect, each moment carries the possibility of multiple outcomes. This doesn't magically grant us supernatural free will, but it means the future is not fixed in practice. We are co-authors of a story that is still writing itself. Even if one believes in a deterministic physics, the butterfly effect means our actions, even small ones, genuinely steer the course of events in ways that no one can fully calculate beforehand. Think of it like improvisational theater, the rules of the stage. Physics provide a structure, but the actors, US and all other agents, still have immense freedom to craft the narrative moment by moment. The play has constraints, but no one knows exactly how it will end. Not even the director, because every gesture can change the next act. The philosopher Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, often reflected on the dichotomy of a providential cosmos versus a chaotic one. He essentially said, if it's providence, orderly and guided by a rational principle, then trust it. If it's pure chaos, then make the best of the random lot, because either way we can choose virtue and inner peace. He wrote, either there is a predestined order or a kind of chaotic mix. Why worry? If it's order, the universe guides us. If it's chaos, at least we can navigate our own minds. What chaos theory suggests is that even if the universe is not overseen by a benevolent providence, it isn't a simple coin flip chaos either. It's a creative chaos that generates complexity and patterns. It's a chaos with laws, just subtle, intricate laws. To put it in a more mystical way, the universe is free within constraints, and perhaps so are we. This can bolster a sense of freedom, not the absolute metaphysical freedom to violate causality, but the practical freedom that comes from living in a world that can't be fully predicted or controlled by external forces. The unpredictability of complex systems provides a kind of privacy from determinism, if you will. No tyrant demon can predict all your actions if your brain and environment are chaotic enough. There's wiggle room for originality, the meaning of life in an unpredictable universe. If life cannot be pinned down by formulas, does it lose meaning or gain it? One might think that a chaotic universe is a purposeless one. But consider, a perfectly predetermined universe could be seen as devoid of meaning too. Everything just following sterile laws, with no room for choice. Many thinkers, and ordinary people in reflective moments, have found meaning in the journey, the surprise, the growth, all of which inherently require some unpredictability. Nietzsche famously said, "One must still have chaos in oneself to give birth to a dancing star." This is a vivid metaphor. Out of internal chaos, the turmoil of passions, the clashing of ideas, can arise a star, something of great beauty and creativity. He celebrates chaos not as mere disorder, but as the raw material for creation. When we apply this to our lives, it suggests that our struggles and uncertainties can lead to our brightest achievements or most profound realizations. A life totally pre-planned and smooth might lack the spark that produces dancing stars, whether those stars are works of art, scientific discoveries, or personal transformations. In a chaotic world, meaning isn't handed to us on a plate. We participate in creating it. There's an existential aspect here. If the future is not fixed, it matters what I do. Existentialist philosophers like Sartre argued that we are condemned to be free. We must choose, and in doing so define our essence. Chaos theory underlines that indeed our choices send ripples. We might not have full control, but we have responsibility. This can actually be comforting. It affirms that our actions are genuinely consequential, even if unpredictably so. It's like what Rumi hinted at when he said, "You are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drop." We carry the whole universe's worth of impact within our seemingly small being. In each of us, the universal forces play out at a smaller scale. We are microcosmos, oceans in a drop. That line speaks to interconnectedness and empowerment. You are not merely insignificant because you reflect the whole. Similarly, the butterfly effect tells us a single drop's ripple spreads across the whole ocean of air. However, acknowledging chaos also encourages letting go of certain illusion. The Stoics taught to distinguish between what we can control and what we cannot. Chaos theory expands the category of cannot fully control to many things. That could make one nihilistic or fatalistic if misunderstood. But the healthier response, found in philosophies like Stoicism, Taoism, and even modern mindfulness practices, is to accept uncertainty and focus on one's own principles and intentions. Marcus Aurelius again. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. In a chaotic universe, this is literally true. Outside events have a randomness we can't master, but our reactions and attitudes we can shape, at least to some degree. This realization can actually bring inner peace. It's akin to standing in the eye of a storm. The world's events swirl unpredictably around us, the chaotic winds, but we cultivate a calm center. We learn to ride the waves of chaos like a surfer, not resisting the wave's wild energy, but using it skillfully. The Taoists use water analogies a lot. Be flexible like water, which flows around obstacles and doesn't break. Chaos in life, like turbulence in water, can't be eliminated, but can be navigated with a kind of intuitive wisdom. Fyodor Dostoevsky grappled with questions of free will and moral responsibility in a world that often seems chaotic or unjust. His characters, like in the brothers Karamazov or Crime and Punishment, often face a moral chaos, a lack of clear order in human affairs, and must decide what is right. One of his quotes we fetched earlier was, "If everything on earth were rational, nothing would happen." This can be read as an endorsement of the unpredictability of human action. It is precisely our capacity to defy strict rational calculation that makes life dynamic and history eventful. Imagine if everyone always behaved as predictable, rational maximizers. Some economists once dreamed of that homo economicus. Perhaps society would run like a Swiss clock, or perhaps, as Dostoevsky implies, it would stagnate and lack humanity's drama and growth. Dostoevsky's underground man insisted on the right to do something contrary to his best interest, just to prove he's free. While that's a perverse stance taken to an extreme, it's a cry for recognition that humans aren't mere equation solvers or cogs. Chaos theory has a curious parallel. Systems can follow simple rules, yet not behave simply. People might follow reason and and self-interest often, yet not always. And from that not always springs art, heroism, vices, and everything novel. In the context of meaning, one could say meaning arises when something unexpected happens that challenges us to respond. If life had no butterflies stirring things up, we might all just follow scripts and find no need to question or create meaning. Embracing the butterfly, a meditation. Let's try a little imaginative meditation, synthesizing these ideas in a felt way. Close your mental eyes and imagine yourself at dusk in a tranquil garden. In this garden stands an ancient oak tree, its branches gnarled in fractal-like patterns against the dimming sky. A light breeze rustles the leaves. You can't predict which leaf will flutter next. It seems random, yet the overall rustling has a soothing constant whisper, like the surf of an ocean. This is order and chaos together, each leaf's movement unpredictable, the collective sound harmonious. At your feet on a stone lands a small butterfly. It delicately opens and closes its wings. You recall that metaphor, that this creature's simple act could tilt atmospheric flows. In the garden's peace, this seems both marvelous and plausible. The butterfly takes off, and in that moment, you have a sense that its flight is not solitary. It's connected to the whole vast world. The thought crosses your mind. What subtle breezes have my own actions set in motion? Perhaps a kind word you spoke to someone years ago is still resonating in their life, helping them in moments of despair. A butterfly effect of kindness, or a time you were careless or cruel might have sown a seed of hurt that grew beyond your sight. A butterfly effect of a different sort. We rarely know the ends of our actions' stories, yet, standing there, you feel not anxiety, but a calm responsibility. We are all butterflies, you think, and thus every flap of the wing should be as mindful as possible. But also, we must forgive ourselves. No butterfly can know all consequences. We must simply act in good faith and let the wind carry our intentions. Overhead the first stars appear. One twinkles a bit more than others, and you remember Nietzsche's dancing star born from chaos. Perhaps that star is hope, the creative spark that comes when you allow some chaos, like the dark chaos of night, to set the stage for a new light to shine. If life were fully ordered, permanent daylight, no stars would ever be seen. In this twilight reverie, you find a deep sense of interconnectedness, the unpredictable breezes, the butterfly, the rustling oak, the distant stars, and you standing there, all part of one vast system. It's chaotic, yes, but not meaningless. It's a living, breathing chaos, where each part influences the whole. You recall Jung's words about a secret order in chaos and feel you understand them. The order is not a rigid plan, but the very interweaving of everything with everything. The effect of this meditation is an emotional one, a blend of awe and acceptance, awe at the complexity and beauty of such a universe, acceptance that you cannot control it all, and that's all right. You might whisper to yourself a kind of mantra, eyeing the butterfly and the storm. I am the dancer and the dance, meaning you are both a small part of creation and creation itself in its wholeness, recalling Ruma's ocean in a drop, from chaos to compassion. One more angle. How might understanding chaos make us more compassionate? Consider that people's lives are often greatly affected by tiny chances. The family they were born into, the random encounter that gave them a job, or the one that led them astray. Recognizing this chaotic element in life's trajectories can foster empathy and humility. Why people we judge others less harshly when we see how sensitive life is to initial conditions beyond one's control. At the same time, we might feel more compelled to do good. because small interventions, like a scholarship, or a piece of advice, or a friendship, could change someone's path dramatically for the better. In this way, chaos theory can underwrite a kind of ethics of care. Since small things matter, do small good things. Since outcomes are unpredictable, don't be overly proud or ashamed. Just do your best and be kind. Finally, there's a spiritual or existential acceptance that emerges, an ability to find order within ourselves amid external chaos. We learn to align with what some might call the Tao, the natural flow. Instead of battling uncertainty, we ride it like a boat on rapids, skillfully, but without the illusion that we direct the river. This can be exhilarating and liberating. As the philosopher Alan Watts used to say, you can't catch the water in a bucket to understand it. You have to swim with it. To understand chaos, perhaps we have to dance with it rather than try to pin it down. And in doing so, we may find joy. The unpredictability of life is what gives rise to serendipity, to the little delightful surprises that come out of nowhere. A rainbow after a storm, a chance meeting with an old friend, a sudden solution to a problem after you let it go for a while. In summary, chaos theory's philosophical gift is a kind of rational mysticism. It shows scientifically that the world is too rich for simple comprehension, which paradoxically brings us back to a sense of wonder that mystics and poets have always cherished. It's rational in that it's based on mathematics and observation, but mystic in that it acknowledges an irreducible mystery in how things unfold. Perhaps the last word belongs to a marriage of scientific and poetic insight. The physicist James Gleick, writing about chaos, observed, "In chaos, there is fertility. The fertility of chaos is that it allows for growth, change, and the unexpected bloom of new form." And the poet Rumi seems to echo across centuries and cultures with, "The wound is the place where the light enters you. The wound, the break from order, the chaotic disruption, is where the light, understanding, growth, enters. Thus we make peace with chaos. We see it not as an enemy of order, but as its complement, the yin to the yang. In the grandest view, perhaps the universe is unfolding exactly as it must, through a symphony of apparent disorder that ultimately creates the music of life. As the Greek philosopher Heraclitus long ago said, all things come into being through opposition. Day and night, order and chaos. The tension between them strikes a harmony, he believed. We have journeyed far, so let us now draw these threads together in a gentle conclusion, reminding ourselves of what we've learned and how we feel differently about the world, now that we've seen it through the lens of chaos theory and the butterfly effect, the harmony of chaos. In the end, we return to the quiet of our starting point. The night is deep now. Stars shimmer in the vault of heaven, and a soft breeze carries the scent of flowers and earth. As we sit once more by the window, or in an imaginary garden, we feel the world around us alive with countless subtle movements, leaves quivering, distant clouds slowly reshaping themselves, perhaps the faint chirp of a lone cricket. Everything is in motion. Everything is interconnected. Yet there is a profound calm in acknowledging this. Our exploration of chaos theory and the butterfly effect has been like listening to an epic story or a long lyrical song. It has carried us through history, from Poincaré desk to Lorentz, computer printouts to Mandelbrot's fractal visions, and through science, from the swirl of weather systems to the dance of neurons in our brains. We've heard the voices of poets and philosophers in chorus with mathematicians and meteorologists, and what emerges from this tapestry is a single, reassuring theme. Order and chaos are not enemies, but partners in the cosmic dance. We learned how Henri Poincaré first sensed that Small differences in the initial conditions produce very great ones in the final phenomena, making prediction impossible in certain systems. This was not a failure of science, but a new kind of insight. Nature harbors an unpredictability that is fundamental. Edward Lorenz Latta gave this insight wings, butterfly wings, showing that a very small change in initial conditions had created a significantly different outcome in weather simulations. The butterfly effect became a symbol of sensitivity and interconnection. Benoit Mandelbrot added that nature's complexity has structure, the fractal kind. In his words, clouds are not spheres, mountains are not cones, nor does lightning travel in a straight line. Nature's forms, though irregular, still follow patterns and self-repeat at different scales, illustrating that there is a kind of rugged order in what looks like messiness. From these scientific tales, we drew everyday wisdom. We considered leaves in the wind, raindrops on a window, the sound of a train in the night, each a small example of the unpredictable beauty around us. We realized that just as those little events add texture to our sensory world, the little choices and moments add meaning to our lives. If a tiny butterfly can shape a storm, perhaps a simple smile or a kind word can shape a life. If the equations of motion can lead to chaos, perhaps the heart's equations, our desires and decisions, can lead us toward unforeseen destinies. And instead of being frightened by this, we found it oddly comforting. Marcus Aurelius helped by reminding us that whether the universe is chaos or order and providence, we can be at peace by tending to our own virtue and mindset. Friedrich Nietzsche encouraged us to harness our inner chaos to create our own dancing star, to accept the tumult inside as the source of our creativity and individuality. Fyodor Dostoevsky humorously noted that without a bit of irrational chaos, life and history would stagnate. Rumi consoled us that each of us contains the whole in part, the entire ocean in a drop, implying that the seemingly random waves of life may carry a hidden unity, and that we already have within us what we seek. So what do we feel now, at the end of this journey? Perhaps a sense of profound calm, not the calm of static certainty, but the calm of dynamic balance. The world has not become any less complex or unpredictable. We have simply learned to see the beauty and rightness in that unpredictability. It's like listening to a complex piece of music, say, a jazz improvisation or a classical symphony. At first it might seem chaotic or overwhelming, but as you attune to its themes and variations, you start to enjoy its unpredictability. You trust the musicians, nature in our analogy, to eventually bring it to a satisfying resolution, even if you cannot guess the next notes. Carrie teaches us to trust the universe a bit more, not in a naive way. We still prepare for storms and plan for the future, but we trust that even when things don't go as planned, there may be hidden opportunities and lessons. We recall times in our own lives when a plan went off the rails, only to lead to an unexpected good. A job lost that opened the door to a new career, a missed flight that led to meeting a future friend in the airport lounge, a broken heart that eventually made us more compassionate. These are butterfly effects in hindsight, and we all have them. Recognizing this pattern, we become more resilient. When facing uncertainty, we might even smile and think, ah, a butterfly must have flapped. Who knows what interesting journey I am about to embark on now? We also foster compassion. We see that people are often products of initial conditions and random influences, as much as of their choices. This doesn't absolve wrongdoing, but it adds understanding. It encourages us to lend a helping hand, knowing the small help can reverberate, and to forgive small slights, knowing they may have arisen from factors we can't see. In embracing chaos, we do not renounce order. Rather, we find a deeper orderliness, the kind that Bach might find in a fugue with improvisational flourishes, or that Mandelbrot found in the Mandelbrot set's infinite edge. It's an order that contains chaos, just as a good story contains twists and conflicts. The ancient Chinese concept of yin and yang comes to mind. Complementary forces. Too much order, yang without yin, becomes rigid and lifeless. Too much chaos, yin without yang, becomes void and formless. Together, they make the pulse of reality. Now, as we conclude, imagine a final image, a butterfly in a forest at sunrise. As it flutters, the golden light catches its wings. It is tiny, seemingly insignificant, yet all around, the forest responds. The air moves with its flight. Beams of sunlight shift through the leaves with each oscillation of its wings. Perhaps a nearby spider feels the faintest disturbance in her web. The world is subtly changed because this small creature lives and moves, and the butterfly itself is following cues we cannot fathom. Maybe it senses the day's first warmth. Maybe an intrinsic rhythm pushes it to dance in morning rays. This interplay is delicate and wondrous. We are that butterfly, and the world is that forest. Chaos theory tells us that every one of us, every choice, every breath, is part of the grander flux. We matter, and so does everything else. There's no need to force an artificial order upon the forest. It has its own, which we participate in. Our role is both to act and to observe, to cherish the miracle of how intricately unpredictable and yet strangely patterned life is. In this moment of reflection, let's take a slow, deep breath in and out, like the butterfly's wing beat, the air entering and leaving our lungs stirs the atmosphere just a touch. It's a gentle reminder that we are connected. As we exhale, we let go of the need to know everything that will happen. As we inhale, we take in the trust that whatever happens, we can find a way to respond with wisdom and grace. The tale of chaos theory and the butterfly effect doesn't end here, of course. It continues in each of our lives, in scientific research, in philosophical pondering. It's a story still being written by the turning of the world. But we close this chapter with a final thought, almost a lullaby gleaned from all we've encountered. Life is a chaotic marvel. Its uncertainty is not an emptiness to fear, but a canvas of freedom and creativity. Like a butterfly wandering among wildflowers, we may not know where the next breeze will carry us, but we can be sure the journey will be rich with surprise and meaning. And as we drift off, perhaps literally to sleep or just into the calm of the evening, we carry with us the assurance that the unpredictable universe is our home. Dynamic, intricate, sometimes tumultuous, but beautiful beyond measure. May we each find our harmony within the world's chaos, and like a butterfly dancing on the breeze, find joy in the delicate, ever-changing rhythm of life.